All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Joshy, Fran, Fighter Wolf, Audio Killers. Thank you very much, Audio Killers, for the 86 months of Prime. That's a lot of months of Prime. So thank you very much for the continued support, and thanks for reaching the number in my username, which is clearly very significant and was not just chosen randomly. Also, hello, Lou, Trek and a Snove, Cloverfield, Sawyer, Bacon, Braxibus. And thank you very much, Kanto, for the 22 months of Tier 1. 22 months of ooking, no regrets. We have had, yeah, it's been about 22 months of ook, that's true. But thank you very much for your continued support. Also, hello, Complex Milk and Wember. Thank you guys for the good luck. Or the best of no Howard, I guess, is also a way to describe that. Alrighty. Also, thanks for the good luck, Leafy. And thank you very much, Fran, for the 4 months of Prime. And hope that your attempt at manifesting good Howard RNG works out. Please, no jail this time. Yeah, that would be nice. But unfortunately, sometimes the bubbles make that difficult. I guess maybe in a situation like that, I should turn the camera. To try and be sure about which one I'm targeting. I feel like every time I question whether or not I'm targeting the right one, it's just never the right one. So, probably worth it to check. Or to double target, that would get the other one. If they're both in the corner. Nice. You don't have to reset on the first attempt immediately. Also, thanks for the good luck, Bocage and Strider. Oh, that's a weird Fran. Yeah, Twitch is a functional website. Definitely. Oh, come on. So thanks for the good luck, Ecuadorable. We are indeed scheduled to be on GDQ. Where we will be going through all of the dungeons. Hopefully quickly. Also, thanks for the good luck, Epsy. And thank you very much, Nat, for the 84 months of Tier 1. Only 2 more months until 86. So thank you very much for the 7 years of support. And for being here. You'll roast the goats if the RNG is not good. Alright, well, the goats better be scared now, then. Your stream rolled back 10 seconds after I said Twitch is a functional website. Yeah, I noticed that whenever, like, I go to a stream and an ad plays, and the stream is in, like, the top right corner, whenever the ad finishes and the stream comes back, it'll always be, like, at least a few seconds back of where it actually was in the corner. Which is like, well, I wanted to watch it live, not a few seconds back from live, from what it was previously showing me. Oh yeah, m.twitch.tv will open up the mobile layout. Okay. One more. There we go. Whoa, hello. Can you stay on the wall, maybe? No, that's not staying on the wall. Okay, well that was much better. Oh, that was a weirdly fast death from that second Bokoblin. Oh, we'll take that. But yeah, unsurprisingly, ads are annoying. Okay, that was pretty good. Worked out nicely. So, hello, Alice. Welcome to the start of a decent attempt. At least so far. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, ads do generate revenue. So at least on Twitch, the only way to not have any ads anywhere is to use Turbo. Or have like a Turbo subscription for, I think it's like $11.99 a month or something. Hey, we broke the box. That's true, you could also just use ad blockers, of course. If you do have turbo, though, then the ads that you don't get served, which you would have watched, do still end up paying the streamers that you watch if they get money from ads. Does Turbo give more money than subs considering it's split between X amount of streamers the person watches? I don't think that's how Turbo works. I'm pretty sure, like I just described, the way Turbo works is that, like, if you would get served an ad, like, you don't get served the ad, and then the revenue that the streamer would have gotten had you have, like, you know, watched the ad, still goes to the streamer, so... And I guess I could be wrong about that, but I would assume that that's just how it works. So, hello, Reaper. Thanks for the good luck, Brandino. It is indeed time for the Wii U. So thanks for the good luck, Karmadex. But yeah, so I think, like, with Turbo, right, Twitch is, essentially saying, I guess I don't know if this is, like, what they're implying, but, I think they're assuming that, like, if, with all of the people who, like, have Turbo, they will not watch more than, like, $12 worth of ads a month, right? Or at least most of them won't. That Twitch, like, still makes money when they do that, or when someone gets Turbo. We went out to Little Caesars and left with an entire thing of crazy bread, but no pizza. I don't think I'm familiar enough with Little Caesars to know what crazy bread is. It's good crazy bread. Okay. Oh, it's garlic bread, alright. That makes sense then. But it's crazy. I got you. Also, thank you very much for the good luck Dusk Flame. $15.25. We're entering Farron. So thanks for the good luck, Leanne. You lost your voice. Well, have you tried looking for it? You found it via text. Oh, nice. In between the car seat and the door again. Yep. I hate when my voice gets lost in between the car seat and the door. You can never get used to regular mode instead of mirrored. I mean... It would probably be something that you could get used to if you were, like, actually playing the game, but... It probably takes longer to get used to it if it's something that you're watching. Because, yeah, casually, I had played the Wii version, so I also casually played with the mirrored orientation. So it did take me a little bit of time to adjust to the GameCube version when I began learning to speedrun. Twilight Princess. Hello, Tommy Earl. I mean, I would have to imagine the mirroring decision was made after, like... Or was, like, made due to, like, feedback from QA testing, right? Or if enough of the devs just, themselves felt like it was confusing to play with the Weir mode in the right hand and Link being left-handed. Which, like, obviously, like, there are a lot of people who wouldn't find that strange at all, but maybe there were enough people in QA who did find it strange. Why is my name Gymnast? My username is Gymnast because it's what I named myself when I created my Minecraft account when I was 12. Yep, I know, monkey. I named myself that because when I was 12, I did gymnastics. Yeah, monkey's gonna notice that. Blue rupee. Ooh, wait, hold on. I'd be able to... I'm gonna intentionally pick this up, and the monkey's gonna continue walking. Because for some reason, picking up a rupee there resets, like, how long the monkey has been walking for, and so the monkey walks farther. Now we picked up the blue rupee and had a faster than average monkey. But if the game asked if you were left or right-handed, then based it off of that. I mean, yeah, that is probably an option they could have pursued, but they didn't. I'm sure that had to have been a consideration at some point, but it does ultimately make things simpler to not do that at all. Well, so flipping Link's model would have actually been more complicated. And also then, like, you would have to do, like, a significant amount of reanimation work to make everything work correctly. So while it seems like Link's model would have been smaller, like a smaller thing to do than flipping the whole game, it actually would not have been. Because while flipping the whole game seems complicated, in reality it's actually just flipping, or not flipping, but multiplying a bunch of numbers by -1 in a bunch of places, and then that's basically it. More or less. It was probably a little bit more than that, but the major work is just multiplying a bunch of stuff by -1. So that the screen draws in a mirrored manner. Or at least the game world draws in a mirrored manner. Turn away. Oh, come on. Do a quick spin. I don't think there's a way you could get past the Golden Wolf there. We also need Ending Blow regardless, because if we don't have Ending Blow, then we can't defeat Ganondorf at the end of the game. So thank you very much, Hot David, for the 2 months of Prime. You respect the grind. I mean, yeah, I guess the grind continues. I mean, I have fun speedrunning this game, so it, in most ways, doesn't feel like a grind, I would say. Have I been on YouTube or Twitch longer? I mean, I was definitely using YouTube before I knew what Twitch was, as, like, you know, an 11 and 12-year-old. But I think I made a Twitch account first, if I remember correctly. Who blew rupees? Oh, man. RNGesus smiles down on us. Oops. That'd still be fun to just hold up. Well, so when I first used the Twitch website for the first time, I'm pretty sure the website address was actually like twitch.tv. It was not justin.tv, even though justin.tv did exist. So thanks for the good luck, Makuya. So thank you very much, Asher, for the 39 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck as well. What do I think is the spiciest pepper I could eat? I have no idea, but it would be something not very spicy by spice standards. I do not tolerate spice very well. 2, 3... Okay, 3 and 3 is pretty decent. Almost dropped my water bottle. We saved 1 second. Wow. I took out the sword there. That's not something we need to use here. Really? That was too late on the 8 press? Dang. Came in time for email ook. I mean, email ook isn't gonna happen for like 3.5 hours. But yes, you did come in time for it. By that meaning you were super early for it. Because we did already fight ook regularly, so... thanks for the good luck Venix Dev. And thank you very much, King Chaos, for the 5 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the continued support. Only one more month till Green Badge. And you're a cool kid? Nah, you're already a cool kid. I mean, I guess, from my perspective, with your name being green, the green badge would go well with the color of your name, probably. So thanks for the good luck, Max. Thanks for the good luck as well, Quesson. I can try. Now it probably worked. Get down here. That guy was very close to the wall. We had to make sure we got him first in the charge. So thanks for the good luck, Nano Tyrannus. So far, I would say our luck has been pretty decent. So we haven't gotten to Mayor Bo of Orden Village yet, so That could all go away in like half an hour. I have a recommendation on where/how to play TP Randomizer. I mean, I think the website is just tprandomizer.com. If I remember correctly. Where you can generate seeds, and I think there should be a guide on how to play seeds on both console and on emulator. So thanks for the good luck, Ryan. Or how much money the Bailiwick of Guernsey makes from licensing out the .gg domain. Guess this is not something that I have thought about. Dang. Oh, I see. That's right. Because those are technically country domains. think this can probably work. The faster steam cycle. Very nice. Alright. Pretty nice Elden Twilight, all things considered. So thanks for the best of luck, Junbei. Forgot that I have to do the mailman skip here. I was just going to continue straight forward. Make sure they weren't following me again. Really? That was too late. Man. Failing this more than I feel like I should be. I think that time my setup was probably not correct. If that didn't work. That wasn't in the corner enough. Actually, I'm curious now if I... Okay, yeah, so the timing actually was just different. I guess not different, but the visual cue was not what I was expecting. But now we just try again. I mean, last run didn't really have any bad luck, so... I don't know if I would say that we got any bad luck out of the way. Yeah, the method of clipping through there with the rock, unfortunately, it was patched. Sucks, because it was much more consistent to do with the rock. And faster. So thanks for the good luck, Ben. Thanks for the good luck, Strider. Oh, come on. Really? Ow, this kind of sucks. Really? What is missing? Okay. That was really slow. Really? Excuse me, sir. You're supposed to get pushed against the wall, not let me go through you. Well, not a great Boko split, but we'll continue as long as we get good goats. But if goats are not great, then we'll reset. Also, thanks for the good luck, Namai-sana and Muzz. Unfortunately, we failed the mid-Nikal Epona dive in the previous run. Oh, really? Yeah, the mid-Nikal Epona dive was discovered, I want to say, like, August of 2024? By the Wildebeest. It was sometime, like, autumn of last year. Skyward Sword also does technically have cutscene dives, but they're not useful anywhere. We'll see if this works. Yeah, maybe not. Did just kind of set that up incorrectly. Oh wow, we got all the way into the loading zone. Alright, Bokos, let's be a little bit better about breaking the cage this time. This is not a great start. Actually... Okay, never mind, we did fine. No, he got out. Man. Oh, come on. Back on the wall. Okay, I don't know. For some reason I forgot that this was the second one, and I was expecting the cutscene with the bird to play. Nope. Their 110 gate clip. So thanks for the good luck, Evil Knievel. Nice. Oh, darn it. Target to get rid of the free cams. Of course, the Boko was too close. Ah, yes, it was RNG manip. True. That way we could get a over-the-head slash from that Boko we just ignored so he wouldn't hit us. Darn it. I guess that works. Oh, come on. Stay against the wall. Alright, well, that works. You hope I get a good Pogate skip, early Snow Peak, and a 7-cycle Zelda this run. That would be very nice. I mean, honestly, of those, the one that I'm least consistent at is Pogate skip. Do I have any advice for pushing the Bokoblins from the Forest Temple entrance to the shop? I mean, it is something that is just difficult to learn how to do because the Bokoblins are very slippery, unfortunately. My sort of visual for how I try to like push them is I imagine nice. Really? My guy, what are we doing? Is I imagine sort of like trying to aim the control stick so that it's going between the Bokoblin's head and the Bokoblin's, from Link's perspective, right shoulder, or the Bokoblin's left shoulder. And that's kind of where I try to aim the control stick when pushing the Bokoblin. It is also easier to push them while targeting, so, like, when you first start out, I wouldn't recommend trying to, like, do, like, the targetless push along the wall at first, because that is harder to do than just keeping the target on them. At least in my experience. So to keep them in the shop, you generally don't want to, like, push up against them too hard. It's kind of like you have to balance being close enough that Trill will actually attack them, but not being so close to them that you end up pushing them out. So that is also another finicky part of it, unfortunately. I usually try to approach from, like, the right side and slowly push up on the right side. It's at least what I find works best for me. I mean, I think they start moonwalking away basically as any time that they've decided to not hit you, they'll start moonwalking. I thought. But maybe I don't know the exact specifics of it. Ow. But yeah, it is something that, at least when I was learning it, just takes a while to really understand the nuances of. The good news is that if you can figure out Boko pushing, you can probably figure out every other trick in the run. Because Boko pushing is one of the hardest ones in the run. Well, yeah. I mean, Sword and Shield skip is harder, but I don't know if we'll ever get Sword and Shield skip for TPHD. Or if we'll ever have to do it, because the trick works, but... Oh, come on. Really? Not the fastest cage break, unfortunately. Oh, come on. Oh, hello. Really? Well, this is not going great. I do definitely think the second one is easier to keep in the shop because you don't have the cutscene of Trill interrupting you. Because being able to just continuously move into the shop for the second one makes it a lot easier to get Trill to start attacking it right away. I wonder if it might be worth getting rid of that cutscene the first time, even if it loses a couple seconds. You don't have the words to properly express how absurd you find this entire sequence. It is definitely very silly, and the fact that it's even possible is very funny to begin with. Oh, come on. Somehow missed tapping the options button on the lower screen. But thanks for the good luck, Silver Skinner. There have technically been many restarts today. Honestly, the first run we had that got to the Epona dive and then failed it really should have continued, but I did not trust it. I paused on the right frame the first time, even though I did. And then I fell all the way down and I was sad. The game really likes giving me 1 minute 10-second gate clip times today. I missed the roll. So yeah, the opponent gate clip sucks, but I don't know if I would call it like a difficult trick necessarily. Because like learning it is kind of weird because like because of how the clip works, most of the time that you bonk is not going to result in Link clipping through. So when you first learn, it can be weird because, like, if you're not clipping through after a while, then you can't really know whether or not it's because you got just really unlucky or because Epona's position is wrong. I mean, it's true, it is easier than Wind Waker, but I think most games have a much easier opening than Wind Waker does, relatively speaking. Okay, I guess we're going away from the wall early. That's fine. Alright. Hooray! We had good Boko pushing again. Yeah, I mean, by the time, like, with intros included, I think Wind Waker gets the Wind Waker at the same time that OOT would finish. Like, around that. Okay. Okay, and you go in. Yes, you do. Excellent. Wow, we got another attempt past goats. Amazing. Also, thank you very much, Momo, for the 33 months of Prime. 3 plus 3 is 6, and 6 is the amount of goats you got in super fast this time. I see. What's the 3D Zelda challenge down to? I think it's still roughly the same as what it was when I last did it, because we also have an extra game now with Tears of the Kingdom. I think still about, like, 6 hours. Because at least the amount of time that I would save in Wind Waker is about the time that it would probably take me to do a Tears of the Kingdom 20% run. Well, I guess my Twilight Princess... Well, I don't know. My Twilight Princess times would probably be slightly faster. My Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild times would probably be about the same. Ow. How did I quit speedrunning Breath of the Wild? I mean, I haven't speedrun it as much as the other 3D Zelda games, because I did run it when it came out for about a month. And then Barrier Skip was found in Wind Waker HD, so I instead began running Wind Waker HD. And then I just never really ended up going back to it, because I just kept running Wind Waker HD for like a year. And then have only really gone back to it for, like, 3D Zelda challenge purposes. Breath of the Wild, all dungeons arc in 2026. I mean, yeah, that is the only, like, if I wanted to do the 3D Zelda all dungeons challenge, that's the only game where I've never really done a speedrun that had all of the dungeons in it. For the Skyward Sword any percent that beats the game in less than 10 minutes, could that same glitch be used for 100% no source requirement? Probably not, because what that glitch is it's essentially just glorified file copying. It already, like, it already requires having a file that can beat the game, right? You're just copying the file in a way that is not obvious to, like, the viewer. So that's why, like, if you also must have the rule that all 3 files must start blank or as hero mode files, then that glitch is not useful at all, aside from the file dupe for setting up Farenbit. Yeah, Breath of the Wild, all dungeons is all the Divine Beasts, and then beating Calamity Ganon. Wow. You kind of want to do 100% 3D Zelda, but can't be bothered with Korok, so you thought about NSR2. I see. Well, so Skyward Sword 100% no source requirement would probably... you would probably dupe a pretty significant amount of gratitude crystals, I would imagine. Because, like, you could just dupe Rhina's crystals, a bunch of times to, like, get up to 80 gratitude crystals. You might also dupe heart pieces. Yeah, because I think you could just dupe the Zelda's Closet heart piece. Probably. Instead of going to get, like, the heart pieces that take a while, like the mini-game ones. don't believe you can dupe small keys in Skyward Sword, no. Well, because I think the only key that would even be remotely possible to dupe would be the Gorge small key, or the Golo small key in Lanayru Caves. But setting that up requires Grucinator Bit, which is not something you can do until after you've beaten Imprison 2. Pretty sure. Because you can't dupe any of the dungeon small keys, since you can't enter any dungeon in Back in Time, since the stage files are too large and the game crashes. I'm streaming on Christmas Eve / Christmas. Christmas Eve is a Wednesday, so I should be streaming on Christmas Eve, yeah. But I will not be streaming on Christmas. Are there any categories that would be possible with task tricks? I guess nothing immediately specific. That I can think of. What am I hoping for Christmas? I don't know. Usually if I want something, it's like reasonably priced enough that I can just go get it myself, but if it's something that's not very reasonably priced, then that's not something that I would usually expect anyone to get me for Christmas. Yeah, itemless all dungeons, the only blocking thing is the end of LMF. You're hoping for 80 mil? That, I mean, $80 million? $80 million would be a pretty sweet Christmas present, but, I don't know exactly who would be willing to gift that to you. No, for speedrunning GameCube games, I just have a standard GameCube controller. That has not been modified at all. Although because I've been using it for so long, the general wear and tear on the controller, I'm pretty sure has shifted the controller's natural neutral to be up a bit, probably from just how much I've held up on the stick or something like that, because it definitely feels much easier to hit ESS down on my GameCube controller compared to a new GameCube controller. Spoils from banking fraud. Ah, yes. Just commit banking fraud, obviously. You got a soldering iron last Christmas hoping to make some fobs, but you've been putting it off for a while. Yeah, soldering seems cool. It's not something I've ever tried to do because it feels like it would be scary to do. Oh, this monkey is not giving good RNG. Really? Okay, nice. You only cut a really small section of the grass there. This is a weird monkey pushing session. It's also slow, unfortunately. Oh, come on. Really? I got a running slash that dealt no damage. Well, so we do want to hit the enemies, because hitting those two enemies at the start of the area aggroes the third one to start running towards us, which is the one that we actually want to get rid of, to be able to refill our oil at Trill's shop. Also, yeah, wow, we didn't forget Ending Blow. I'm such a smart speedrunner. I remembered the route. Even though it was not possible to get around this in this scenario. Is it even possible to skip it in this version? I don't think so. I guess it would actually depend on if bonking the tree in the start of Sacred Grove could give you a yellow rupee, then yes, it would be possible. Because then you could do early Forest Temple with the blue rupee pickup slide, get Boomerang, and then do early Master Sword upon getting back to the area before getting the ending blow. With the Deku Seed pickup slide. Or I guess not even the pickup slide, you could just do the Deku Seed pickup that I recently found. Really? And then, if you could do a yellow rupee pickup slide in, the first area of Sacred Grove, then you could get Master Sword, and then just do Forest Escape and continue onwards. Unfortunately, you could not simply do the pickup slide for early Forest Temple and then, like, immediately, like, after getting Boomerang, immediately do early Master Sword, because then, the game crashes if you try to pick up the Master Sword while Link has the Orden close, unfortunately. Which kinda sucks. Which means that the dream routing, at least for HD, right, would be do early Forest Temple with some way that's not a pickup slide, and then do early Master Sword afterwards, also with some way that's not a pickup slide, right? And then you would have Master Sword before you even ever got to Midna or the Wolf Sewers, and if you picked up Uku in Forest Temple, then you could simply transform into human in the sewers and warp back out with Uku to skip the sewers and the rooftops as Wolf Link. It is almost possible to get into Forest Temple early without a pickup slide, but as far as I could figure out, it was not ultimately possible, unfortunately, just due to how the ceiling is shaped above the rocks. Because, yeah, TPHD can do a look-through clip to, like, almost clip all the way through the rocks, but unfortunately, it does not get all the way through. You can also look through clip and get on top of the rocks, but then that crushes Link because there's a ceiling that's colliding with him then. So you void out. Ah, yes, just get map glitch to not void out, of course. You super sim on the small patch of water that you can drown the Bokos on. I don't think we're actually, like, when the task drowns the Bokoblins, it's not because there's actually water there, it's because of some other, like, glitchy interaction that's happening at that spot. So I don't think you would be able to super swim at all, no. Because there is not any actual water, I'm pretty sure. Your question is how someone even discovered they could drown there. Probably just random chance, like, someone was pushing them over there as they were practicing or trying to learn the trick, and it's just like, oh, that was weird. One of them just drowned. Or... eh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Oh boy. Unfortunately, we are losing most of the time that we were ahead by here. Yeah, look-through clipping is used twice in Lake Bed in this run, and then nowhere else. But it's technically not a recent discovery, but it's a recent realization that I had looking at the original clip where it was discovered from 2020, where nobody knew what was going on. But I realized that it was actually like a clipping technique that you could use back in August of this year. Which is why you probably haven't seen it used anywhere until recently. True, we also do get a stamp in HD categories now to do the look-through clip. I guess not in glitchless, but... any percent in all dungeons now optimally get 1 stamp. It works in HD because, for some reason, there was some change made where if Link is in first person, he's not allowed to fall off of ledges. So, like, normally if you're in first person and you, like, are against a wall and you try to look down into the wall will push Link away from it so that the camera doesn't go through the wall. And if there's a ledge that's behind you, on GameCube and Wii, Link will just fall off the ledge, right? But for some reason on HD, they changed that so that instead of Link falling off the ledge, he just, like, snaps to the very edge of the ledge and does not fall off of it. And so, because Link is being stopped from moving by the ledge, he can now lean through the wall. And because Link is leaning through the wall, at least in human form, his colliders are also leaning through the wall. And if his colliders touch something on the other side of the wall, that can end up popping him through the wall, basically. Ah, yes, look-through clipping is, like, not too difficult to perform. It basically just requires getting, like, walking in first person to the edge of the ledge that's next to the wall you're gonna clip through. Oh, come on. And then making sure you go into first person and, like, look in the right direction, so that you don't, like, accidentally get pushed away. But it's something that, like, it's possible to learn very quickly. Yeah, I mean, the reason for not falling off of ledges probably has something to do with the fact that you can move around in first person, technically, in TPHD. They maybe didn't want Link falling off of ledges if someone was walking around in first person. Did the stamps replace other chests in the game, or did they make a ton of new things just for the stamps? Most of the stamps just replace rupee chests, but A few of them are extra items that, like, NPCs now give you, which they didn't give you anything for in the original game. Or, like, occasionally there's a new chest that was made for one. But most of them are just chests that already existed, but had, like, a purple or an orange rupee in the original game. Also, yes, the look-through clips are much easier compared to the tricks they replaced. Or I guess the methods of clipping that they replaced in Lake Bed. They're also a lot less punishing if you fail, because if you fail, then you just reposition it again and try again. It's unfortunate that it's not more useful, but it does require, like, a specific geometry setup that does exist in quite a few places, but of those quite a few places that exist, not very many of them are useful. And, like, there is technically another one we could do to save a couple seconds in Bulblin Camp, but getting to the spot where you would do it is something that I find is kind of stupid to try to do consistently because of the Bulblin archers. That's why I don't do that one personally. Do a speedrun category that's just all of those spots that are otherwise not helpful. Of course. So step clips, as like a general technique, are kind of a recent discovery. But, like, King Bulblin 2 skip has been known about for a while, which is a step clip. Also, I failed going into first person. Nice. Instead, we just threw the boomerang at bad angle. But yeah, King Bulblin 2 skip was discovered a couple years ago. And, there is, like, a useless, like, very out-of-bounds clip in Skyward Sword that exists with a stepping animation that I at least knew about since, like, 2018 or so, but, wasn't able to, like, realize why it actually worked. So it was earlier this year that, like, the general realization of, oh wait, we can just use something that's in Link's hands to push him out of bounds. Or, like, drop something that's in Link's hands to push him out of bounds during the step animation was realized. I don't know if seam clipping has ever been looked into in this game. At least as far as I'm aware, I can't think of any specific instances. No, you cannot step click with a bomb in this game, because bombs do not push Link. If a bomb falls onto Link, Link just pushes the bomb completely. Or if the bomb does push Link, it's very small and very subtle. What do I think is the best length for a run? Shorter versus longer? I mean, it probably depends on the game. Like, this category right here is a longer run, but I think it's fun. Like, I guess I don't really prefer speedruns that are really short. Like, I kind of want my speedrun to be, like, at least 45 minutes long, personally. Like, I don't, I wouldn't have as much fun with, like, a 10 or 15 minute speedrun. Or a length of run that is so long it dissuades me from doing it. Yeah, I would say that my limit for, like, a run that I would consistently... Or, like, a run that I would attempt on a consistent basis is probably 7 hours. Anything longer than that is not something that I would do, like, consistent attempts at, I would say. Well, Breath of the Wild 100%, you can split up over multiple days as, like, part of the leaderboard rules. So, like, I would probably be fine speedrunning Breath of the Wild because the run can be split up over, like, you know, 2 streams. But, like, before the break rules were implemented, Breath of the Wild 100% would not have been something that I was gonna do. Well, I don't know how long Xenoblade 200% is. I've also never played a Xenoblade game, so... That would be the reason that I don't speedrun Xenoblade 2, regardless of what category it would be. Well, if I was going to run something like Link to the Past any percent, I probably wouldn't run it for very long, right? Like, if I learned Link to the Past any percent, I might run it for, like, a couple days, and then that would probably be it. also never completed Link to the Past, so I would probably do that before speedrunning Link to the Past. I mean, yeah, that basically seems like the same idea as the Breath of the Wild, and actually, I don't know about the Tears of the Kingdom 100% rules. I think the Tears of the Kingdom 100% rules are more lenient than the Breath of the Wild ones. Also, yeah, unsurprisingly, accidentally triggering the mailman cutscene caused us to lose a bunch of time. Accidentally jumped there like that before. Ham's blurry. Oh. Can't believe the autofocus turned itself back on. Alright. Pretty good Elden Twilight. No, you don't have to crawl into the house to make it rubble. The thing that makes the house rubble is the bug exploding, but on GameCube and on Wii, you have to crawl into the rubble to get the tears, because the tears, you can't collect all of them from the outside, because the collision of the house is still actually there. Right. But on HD, the tears will, like, naturally gravitate towards Link if he's close enough to them, so we can still get them from the outside. I actually don't need to do the mailman skip here, because we accidentally got the mailman earlier. This should definitely be enough. No, I didn't get the ruby. Thanks for the good luck, Tadyepa. So this best is... It's accurate for the run, but it's inaccurate to keep, because, does not do the mailman trigger skip, since we didn't have to do it this time. So, hello, little punk. No. Really? Man. How did I not select Zora's Domain? That's dumb. Oh well. Huh? I have no idea how we side-opped there. I didn't think I was holding the control stick. So hey Nuki, thanks for the raid. Welcome to TPHD all dungeons, except I'm behind. I guess not by a whole lot, but... We are going to lose time on this because I accidentally warped to the wrong spot. Which is a very silly mistake to make. But thank you guys all for the good luck. Hope that the stream went well also, Nuki. Oh yeah, Baten Kaido's 100% does indeed just take a week of real-time waiting to be able to complete. Hello, Shadow Beast. Excuse me. Cool. What is this guy doing? Yeah, well, now we're losing more time here. Did I see what Rex said? You think he deserves a timeout? I mean, I guess that would depend on whether or not what he said was truth, or was it slander? For the GDQ parking lot. That's a new one. Now we can warp back to Lake Hylia. At least in my experience, the GDQ parking lot has been pretty chill, but maybe that changes this year. No, I don't think Breath of the Wild Hundo ever fit in... Well, I guess that depends on what you mean, because I take that as meaning, was there ever a rupee slide that you could fit Breath of the Wild 100% into? And I'm pretty sure the answer to that is no, because the worst rupee slides take 12 hours, and Breath of the Wild's 100% has never been as low as 12 hours, I don't think. At least it hasn't gone, like, below 12 hours into the 11-hour mark. The Wreck versus Noman GDQ parking lot brawl is predestined. Oh, I see. It's gonna be a big deal, huh? Oh, hello, camera. Wow, we lost a lot of time. To stupid things, unsurprisingly. So thanks for the good luck, Mason. And hey, Apes, thank you very much for the luck of goodest, which, unfortunately, we seem to be lacking in on that past segment, but maybe Bo will be nice to us. Well, I did get a best segment on Linear Vessel, and that split was good, but it is also a fake. It is a fake best because I saved some time due to not having to do a mailman skip since I had accidentally triggered the mailman cutscene on a previous segment and no longer had to skip him. So it's not a best segment that is going to be saved for this run. Go to jail for illegal possession of best segments. How is that how that works now? I was not aware of the rule change. Why wasn't opponent able to go forward with more of an angle like I wanted? We shouldn't want to go forward. But I needed to set her in position for the clip. Ah, oops. I was not traveling far or fast enough there. Did those inputs wrong. Yeah, the pause buffering was me attempting to opponent slide, but I messed up the input sequence. I didn't get an opponent slide and lost like 2 seconds or something. Well, now we get to see if Bo's gonna be nice or not. Is the return of Wind Waker HD? Great question. I don't know. To be determined at a later date. Yeah, for my 30th birthday, we'll play Wind Waker HD. Oh, come on. Target the ruby. Ah, yes, my 30th birthday would be in 2028. It's in 2.5 years. When I get sub 1, you're going to challenge me to a race, and if I say no, then let it be known that you're superior at gaming. I mean, that's fine. You can be superior at gaming if you want to. I won't hold you back. Alright. It's given us good RNG for one phase. One slap. Two slap. Three slap. Four slap. Five slap? Unfortunate. Well, that was just kind of slow. And not great RNG. Who fell asleep in dirt? Does look very dirty. Jump interrupted the slide and slowed me down slightly. Jump. Nice. How the run doing? The run's not doing so great at the moment, but we're gonna continue. PB is still possible. This segment was at least pretty good. Alright, now it is stamp time. Gonna pick up Stamp K. How many times have I reset? I don't know how many times today. At least like 5 or 6, but most of those were to like Bokoblins at the beginning of the run. This segment was also good, at least. So, good lake bed. True. I don't know how we handled speedruns of this game without getting that stamp before. Though, as funny as getting a stamp to save time is, it would have been much more convenient if it was like 50 rupees or something. So I think in the original game, that chest is a 20 rupee chest. No, the kind of clipping that we did on that chest there is only possible in HD, as far as we understand. The difference is that for some reason in TPHD, the game really doesn't want you falling off of ledges when you're in first person. Whereas on GameCube and Wii, the game has no issue with you falling off of ledges if you're in first person. So normally when you try to like if you go into first person and then try to look through a wall, the game will push you away from the wall because at least like Link's colliders are going forward, so the wall is pushing him back because his colliders are colliding with the wall, right? But if those colliders moving Link back were to push him off of a ledge, in HD the game says, we actually don't want Link to go off the ledge, so he's just gonna stay at the edge of this ledge right here. And so that allows the colliders to actually go through the wall, and if the colliders hit collision on the other side of the wall, that can pop Link through. Huh? Excuse me? I would like to jump off of ledges that I'm dashing off of. Thank you. Guess that time Wolflink just didn't want to jump. Midna's desperate hour strikes again. You probably, like, slipped on something, I imagine. Is desperate for Wolflink to actually jump. Yeah. It would save Midna faster if Wolflink would actually jump, it's true. Howard. So, hello, Boss Lady Trey. Thank you for the good luck. I would say that I'm doing well today. This run could be better, but sometimes we don't get good starts. Thanks for the good luck, Zach Quartz. Wow, we got a very good jump position there. Yes, the only real mistake was just not getting that jump during the sewer section. Otherwise, good segment. Alright. Time for one of the stupid tricks. Target those that were behind us. Looks alright. Yeah, unfortunate. If I had waited frame longer, maybe a little longer than a frame, to shoot the Wolfos, then that probably would have worked. Come on. That was like 30 seconds lost to it. It's not too bad, but still 30 seconds lost. Really? So thanks for the good luck, Shankshaw. Oh, thank you, Big Nuki. Yeah, I mean, it can definitely be frustrating to, like, lose good speedruns for, like, any reason. But it is possible to just try again. Granted, I am also in the lucky position of being able to try again the next day, or just immediately afterwards, which is not something that every speedrunner gets to do, so... Did not want to pick up the cannonball. We lost about 30 seconds to early snow peak, so we're going to be about a minute behind here. Actually, probably a little more than a minute, because I also got trolled by the Keese in the cave, and then took 3 tries to get the ladder freezer cancel. A 40-second time loss. Really? There we go. Third try again. See if we get lucky with any rupees here. I won't get cutscenes for blue rupees, because... Did I... No, I don't think I got the blue rupee cutscene this run. That was a previous attempt. Oh, well, we're getting a red rupee cutscene. And a blue rupee cutscene, evidently. Ow. Weird. Was not expecting to get both of them. If we can have a good Blizzetta fight, we might be able to save like 15 seconds. I guess that works. Did I ever smoke, vape, or drink the adult juice? I have never done drugs or ingested alcohol, no. That is correct. I have never drank before. Alcohol, that is. If I had to choose one drug to get addicted to, what would it be? Well, I'm already addicted to the drug of speedrun PBs, so I think that would be my drug of choice. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? Eyes of Yeto are your drug of choice? Honestly, I respect it. Down to 102. Finally use this time to turn off the autofocus on my camera because it likes to turn itself back on sometimes. Now I shouldn't get blurry anymore. Nice. I don't think I've ever gone to the left of fire there before. Alright, I think we should be saving most of the time here. That we can of these 10 seconds. Oh boy, a best segment. Nice. That was almost bad. Alright, well today be the day that we have a good Pogate skip. Yeah. Like where he was there. Okay. Honestly, that's not terrible. Motion controls. Controls back on. Nice. Oh, come on. Alright. Yippee. We actually had a decent Pogate skip for once in a while. Thanks for the good luck, B-Down and Sweepy Star. Darn it. Really? Really? That was stupid.
Fight should not have taken us that long.
So, Pogate Skip does have, like, more moving parts to it, but, because really, early Snow Peak is just the Wolfos. I guess at least lately, Pogate Skip has been stupider than early Snow Peak, but I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, if I have periods where each of them goes well, and, like, periods where each of them doesn't go well. Because at least that's what's happened to me with early Snow Peak in the past, right? It's like, sometimes I'll have a string of early Snow Peaks that's very nice, that are all first or second try, and then sometimes we'll always waste 2 minutes to it. Be. Hello, I hate my shark. I'd say I'm having an alright day, yeah. Doing the sky. Okay. Good ricochets. The winter is boring, and that's alright compared to bad winter, you suppose. I mean, yeah. Better for things to be boring than for things to be bad. enough. Well, that sucks. Too far, aiming to the right. Really long time since I accidentally did that, so... Thanks for the good luck, little punk. We'll see you later. That strat is very good. Heck, it's not even faster than, like, the other way of doing the fight optimally, but it's funny. And that makes it worth doing. That strat only works on HD because of the fact that you can quick transform with a button on the gamepad. Because if you try to call Midna to transform there, she doesn't let you transform. But the quick transform still allows you to transform. I guess they forgot to check that when they implemented quick transform. So thanks for the good luck, Lucas and Timothy. You're suffering from the worst cold in human history. Oh, I'm sorry. That must be a really bad cold. You do Wolfo Super Jump in SD. Yes. I believe the 100% task does it. So thanks for the good luck, Palseach. You've had non-stop death cough for a week. That does sound pretty bad. And I do hope you get better soon. Being sick is not fun. I don't know if anyone has gotten Wolfo Super Jump RTA in SD, because there's never really a reason to do it, since map glitch exists and is much easier. As a method of achieving early Snow Peak. Darn it. Oh, this stinks. Well, Wolfo Super Jump is harder in SD because you can't easily pause buffer it. The way that you can in HD, or I guess you can't. You specifically can't buffer holding B for starting the Midna charge, which makes things difficult. Because you have to time that input, and if you're too late, you won't grab the Wolfos, and if you're too early, then you won't start it at all. Surprised that only lost 6 seconds. Thanks for the good luck to Nehru Panda. I see Twilight Princess almost hitting 100% decomp. Yes. I am aware of the decomp progress. I mean, decomp has already helped with speedrunning and practice-related things. Because the practice ROM for the GameCube version is based, or it's not based off of decomp, but like decomp has helped figure out ways to help modify the game to make practice easier with the practice tool. I don't know if I would say it's found any new glitches, but it's definitely helped understanding of how certain glitches work. Like step clips or the frame data for Pogate skip and the moon boots. What game and category is the best Zelda game to run? That's going to depend on who you ask. Personally, my favorite game category combination is OOT 3D 100%. Really? Come on. Ouch. That is not what I wanted to equip there. Nice. Do I have any plans on what I'll run after AGDQ? I mean, I do want to go through any percent for this game with Pogate Skip, but then after that, I would probably do Skyward Sword Wii speedruns, I think. I can improve my time in all of those categories. Thank you very much, VG, for the $5 tip. Do appreciate it. Hope that you are doing well. So thank you for the good luck. Have I ever thought about running all dungeons for this game? It has crossed my mind a few times. I'm sure we'll get around to it eventually. Oh, nice, VG. Yeah, I did see you posting about the interview details, and I was like, that sounds ridiculous. But I'm glad you didn't have to end up actually doing that. What about TP no dungeons? Well, I don't think that TP no dungeons is possible. I don't think that's going to be something we run anytime soon. Alright, turn on our third person. Accidentally put our sword away when we don't want to. Take more shots on that than what was necessary. Forgot to equip iron boots. So thanks for the good luck, Miguel. Thanks for the good luck, Mad Monk Magic. Congrats on finding me through the YouTubes. Welcome to the live stream, where not every run is a PB, unfortunately. I'll say, yeah, I'll be at AGDQ running this game in category. Kai Clip does work, but it's significantly harder to do in HD. Because the reticle, the clawshot reticle in HD, does not adjust to if shooting it would clip through the ceiling. It always just looks the same regardless of if it would clip through the ceiling or not. Which makes it very difficult to determine if you're aiming in the right spot. Which is why I don't go for it, because I haven't figured out a consistent way, at least for myself, to do it. Come on. Really? Well, that sucks. Yeah, I shouldn't have tried to go so early on it. Man, now we're not going to save any time here. Have not been as far out as I thought I was. Thanks for the best of luck, Jerison, so. so unfortunately, we're just gonna be about even on this segment. Type of time loss do I consider reversible in a run or a run killer? I mean, I guess it would depend on how much time is lost versus how much time it's possible for me to save back, right? Like, me saving 6 seconds over the course of the rest of the run is something that I think is, like, reasonable to achieve. If I don't think it's reasonable to achieve saving how much time we're behind by for the rest of the run, then that would be, like, at least when I would mentally feel like the run is over. But depending on the scenario, I sometimes finish those runs anyway, just because it's good to finish runs. And probably regardless of what happens to this run at this point, I'll finish it. Even if we lose a minute on this segment. The rest of my PB is pretty good, so I can't really make a whole lot of mistakes if I want a PB. Do I care for Mega Man games at all? I have never played a Mega Man game, so probably not very much, no. What? I'm confused. I got confused twice there. You would advocate for reversing all time loss accumulated over the course of a run. See, that would be ideal, but not sure how one does that without
Going actually back in time to fix the mistakes.
As mayor, you will require speedrunners to have a very expensive license to make it more exclusive. Well, this is probably not a very effective strategy for winning the speedrunner vote, if I had to guess. Decent stupid room. Ever played these Zelda games casually, or once a speedrunner, always a speedrunner? Well, all the ones that I've done speedruns of, I've played through casually at least once. I would say that, like, I could still play, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom What happened there? I don't know how we missed that. Shadow Beast. But, like, I can still play, like, the newer Zelda games casually, I would say, but the older games from, like, Skyward Sword and earlier are games that I would probably never choose to play casually again, just because, like, I've already done everything there is to do in them. I would not get anything out of playing the games casually again, really. Yeah, I mean, I've, like, if you speedrun a game, and it depends on what the game is, of course, but, like, At least for Legend of Zelda games, if you enjoy speedrunning them, you get significantly more replayability out of speedrunning them than casually playing them. Fortunately, we are losing time here because of weird things that happened. Specifically, when trying to kill shadow beasts.
Wolflink was like, I don't know about killing that shadow beast.
Next April Fool's Day, I should stream a casual run of a Zelda game, but call it a speedrun. Eh. I feel like there are funnier things that I can do. Maybe one of these April Fool's Days we'll do Skyward Sword intended percent all cutscenes on English. I guess we're not doing this, LJA. Sure, I am interested in Outer Wilds. do enjoy watching people play Outer Wilds. I think that's how you vicariously live through feeling like you're playing Outer Wilds for the first time.
It's by watching someone else play it for the first time.
So, hello, Michael the Gathering. Ow, darn it. Almost got him. But not quite. How do you practice speedrunning one-time events? Generally, for most games, there's a way to, like, load a save file that's right before what you want to practice. Like, in the case of bosses, like, you could load a save file that's saved in the dungeon that already has done everything in the dungeon except for the boss, right? Like in the case of Zelda, there's usually some way of quick traveling through the rest of the dungeon to get to the room with the boss door, like using Uku or Furore's Wind or Wind Waker's Warp Pots or whatnot. And then when you're done practicing the boss, you just don't save, and then load the save file again. Thankfully, a lot of games have much quicker ways of being able to do that, like just having a practice ROM that allows you to load directly into whatever section of the run you want to practice. But sometimes there are things that, even that doesn't work well for, like, practicing wing flip in Tears of the Kingdom is not great, at least last I checked, because you can only do the trick after, like, a long cutscene. As far as I'm aware, there's no way to skip, so every time you want to practice the trick once, you have to watch that long cutscene first. Yeah, Zora armor is technically skippable, it's just inconvenient to do so in Twilight Princess HD. If we had early Master Sword, we would skip Zora armor. Because the problem is that getting a bomb bag before going to Lakebed Temple with this route is just extremely inconvenient. And then also, getting through the first tunnel of Lakebed Temple without Zora armor is really slow. HD only has early Master Sword through pickup slides. Because there's no way... You can get to the Sacred Grove early as human, but Human Link does not have a way currently of getting through the very first part of Sacred Grove, other than doing a pickup slide, which takes several hours. There's currently no way of getting to Sacred Grove early as Wolf that we know of, so either getting to Sacred Grove early as Wolf or figuring out a way to get past the first part of Sacred Grove as Human Link would both result in early Master Sword. Let's try to not fail this trick today. Because failing this trick is bad. Who knew? Separates HD and the other versions. I mean, it still runs at the same frame rate. All versions of Twilight Princess run at 30 frames per second. But HD has, like, less... As far as gameplay goes, HD has less tiers of light for each Twilight section. It only has 12 instead of 16, which only really makes a huge difference in Elden Twilight. Lanayru Twilight and Farron Twilight are still basically the same. But Elden Twilight is like a minute faster in HD because of the tiers they removed. Couldn't see where he was. I guess I shouldn't have done that last roll. Wow, that's silly. Come on. Skip the text and then I bonk twice. How do you palace before the other dungeons? So, getting to Palace of Twilight only really requires beating City in the Sky and having access to the Mirror Chamber, because the trigger for opening up Palace of Twilight only checks for the City in the Sky Mirror Shard. It doesn't check for the Snow Peak or Temple of Time ones. So we simply beat City in the Sky. And then went to Palace of Twilight. Well, if HD EMS was possible as Human Link with getting into Sacred Grove, we would do it after getting Gale Boomerang. We need Gale Boomerang to do early Sacred Grove as human, at least. Would also have to actually do the first few days of Orden, because currently getting to Sacred Grove as human early requires slingshot seeds also. Also, thanks for the good luck, Orion Williams. If HD EMS was possible the same way that it is in, or the same way that it would be in GameCube and Wii, then we would just do it in the same place that GameCube and Wii does it, which is during Fair and Twilight. Nice. Surprised we did not take damage there. Watch any D&D shows or podcasts? I don't think so. Never really been into D&D. I did try playing D&D once in high school, but did not find it to be very fun. Oh, come on. What are you doing? Really? Out of here. That took way too long. No, darn it. Fortunately, we're not really saving time here. couple things were slow on this segment, even aside from the Lizalfos being dumb. I don't trust that. Oh, darn it. Sucks. Alright, well, aside from getting hit by the spinners that one time, this isn't too bad so far. Ooh. Okay, nice. Alright, very good. There you go. Alright, well, not great with those RNG cycles at the end there, but fine otherwise. It's beginning to get dark. Alright, well, if we match our bests throughout Hyrule Castle and Ganondorf, we will PB by 4 seconds. Successfully done the bonk. So thanks for the good luck, the Wiggy Bee. And you are enjoying the stream, where we attempt to play Twilight Princess fast. And, I mean, kind of succeeded today, even if it's not going to PB. It's still going to be pretty close to PB, honestly. Thanks for the good luck, 503 overloaded in GDQ sack. Oh, come on. Nice. Enough. Okay. I was worried that might have been incorrectly positioned. I'd like to know when I started speedrunning but didn't. Ooh, that's a good question. Nothing immediately pops out to me. Transform to the wolf. Oops. I guess there isn't anything I can immediately think of, at least like that relates to speedrunning, that I think I would have benefited from knowing immediately. Because, like, I mean, I started speedrunning 12 years ago, almost 13 years ago, so the non-speedrunning related thing that I would have liked to have known about was to buy Bitcoin 13 years ago, but that doesn't really relate to speedrunning at all. Oh, come on. I mean, I would say my attitude towards speedrunning, even when I started, was, like, pretty good. Like, I was very good about, at least when I first started. Like, at least compared to some of the people around me, like, the community was pretty different when I started. Because when I started, when I started speedrunning, the only time that I ever actually did speedruns was in races with people, right? Like, it was a few months before I actually did any, like, attempts on my own of anything. Because it was just, like, there were Wind Waker Master Sword races happening every day, and that's what I participated in. But at least compared to the people around me, I felt like I was pretty good, like, even from the start at, like, understanding that I was going to make a lot of mistakes and to not, like, not immediately quit the race just because I made some bad mistake, right? Like, I was decently good about keeping, I guess, doing what the equivalent of no resets would have been, right? And I also generally didn't get very angry at making mistakes back then either. So thanks for the good luck, Luna the Wolf. Because there were definitely some people, not like everyone, but there were some people who, like, at the time would, like, you know, fail a super swim and then would quit the race because they didn't want to continue. So this Puppet Zelda's not very good. Don't think we're PB, unfortunately. Oh. Ah, yes. If I just split now, then I'll PB. It's obvious. Darn it. Did the dash too early there. Oh well. We weren't gonna PB anyway, so. Yeah, I mean, like, if this was a showcase run, I would be super happy with this. Yes, because it's not, then I'm clearly furious. $351.15. So, thank you very much, Joshi, for the 50 bits. Thank you very much for the GGs from everyone else. Also, thank you, Mad Monk Magic, for the Prime subscription. Do very much appreciate that. Enjoy the badge and emotes. And also, thank you, Apes, for the 20 bits as well. And for the 50 other bits with the other horse emote. Nice combo. Yes, especially Jimpog, which, as we all know, is the most expressive emote on Twitch.tv. There is nothing more expressive than 3 dots and some hair. What Ganon laugh do I think is best? I think Wind Waker Ganondorf is probably the best laugh. Alright, well. We will try again tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll PB. But I'm glad we were able to finish a run today. I don't want to save my Lanayru vessel best, so I'll reset that back after I reset the splits. But yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and goodbye. See you later.
Crystal again. World hacker repair. Beautiful rebuild space. Hot for repairs.